scriptural. Is any of it in French? Hmm?
They've got the curtain right now. But
Oh, but she's see it.
no.
She's just.
But I was saying,
That's right. That's where we start the show. Where is she?
she's eating dinner right now. Yeah, she'll be up there. Let's see her.
What the? Who wrote this thing? catch me working, you're welcome to do it. Folks, right on. This is not a thing for answers. Folks, right on. We have random words. said I could hang a couple chandeliers. We did. It looked great. Hello, Raleigh. Hey, everybody. I'm Ned Luberecki, and I am delighted once again to be your offstage announcer for tonight's show. I'd like to share a few important instructions to get us prepared for the festivities, all intended to help us make it an enjoyable evening and to keep the show on schedule. For those nominees who are here, please pay particular attention to when an award you are nominated for is coming up and plan to be in your seat. Because we have limited airtime with our affiliates and want to make sure we get everyone on the show, please limit your acceptance speech to no more than 30 seconds. 30 seconds, please. And one and only one member of the group may accept the award. That's 30 seconds, one person. If you haven't done so already, have a brief meeting amongst yourselves and decide now who that person might be. If your name is called as a recipient, please come to the stage and take the steps up. There will be some strong young people at the stairs to assist you if you feel a little shaky climbing the steps. Flash photography is allowed during the show, but please no video or audio recording from a camera, video camera, or cell phone. You might see photographers and videographers during the show, but they have been approved by the IBMA. Audience members, y'all are a part of this show as well. We would like to show the world your enthusiasm for this music and have applause when the show opens, when we go to a commercial break, and then also coming out of the commercial breaks. The theme music will be your cue. We'd like now to record just a few seconds of applause so that we can use it when we edit the show for radio airplay. We're going to applaud 3 times now, getting progressively louder. I'll count 3, 2, 1. And please applaud for about 10 seconds each time. Are we ready? Okay, hold it down. 3, 2, 1. Very nice. Let's try that again. 3, 2, 1. Let's do it one more time. 3, 2, 1. Very nice. Finally, have a great time. Congratulations to all the artists, friends, family, and fans. I'll be back in just a few minutes with some final words and a countdown to the beginning of the show, promptly at 7:30. Please find or remain in your seats. See you in a minute. Thank you. Hi, folks. We're just minutes away from the start of tonight's show, so please be sure and take your seats now. In addition to tonight's awards, the IBMA Momentum Awards, Industry Awards, and Distinguished Achievement Awards were presented at ceremonies earlier this week. Please join me in acknowledging the recipients, but please hold your applause until all of the names have been given. This year's Momentum Awards recipients are Band of the Year, Cane Mill Road; Vocalist of the Year, A.J. Lee; Instrumentalist of the Year, Daniel Amick and Trey Wellington. The Momentum Industry Involvement Award was presented to Bennett Sullivan. And the Momentum Mentor Award of the Year went to Annie Beach. Please give them all a round of applause. This year's Bluegrass Industry Awards went to Broadcaster of the Year, Michelle Lee. Event of the Year, Blueberry Bluegrass Festival, Stony Plain, Alberta, Canada. Graphic Designer of the Year, Michael Armistead. Liner Notes of the Year, Epilogue, a tribute to John Duffy, Akira Otsuka, Dudley Connell, Jeff Place, and Katie Daly. Songwriter of the Year, Jerry Salley. Sound Engineer of the Year, Ben Surratt. And Writer of the Year, David Morris. Please give them a round of applause. Finally, the recipients of this year's Distinguished Achievement Awards are Katie Daly, Mickey Gamble, Dan Hayes, Alan Mills, and Moonshiner Magazine. Please give them a round of applause. We'll be back in just a second for the start of our show. Live from the Duke Energy Center for the Performing Arts Memorial Auditorium in Raleigh, North Carolina, it's the 30th Annual International Bluegrass Music Awards. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chiesi USA, Boston Bluegrass Union, Compass Records, Deering Banjos, and Virginia Tourism. I'm your announcer, Ned Luberecki. Performing tonight, the Earls of Leicester, Molly Tuttle, Balsam Range with the North Carolina State Symphony, the Del McCoury Band, Rhonda Vincent and the Rage, Joe Mullins and the Radio Ramblers, Sister Sadie, the Sam Bush Band, and many more presenters and special guests.
And now, please welcome Jim Lauderdale, together with your 2018 Instrumentalist of the Year, Michael Cleveland, Sierra Hall, Ned Luberecki, Justin Moses, Tim Surratt, and Molly Tuttle.
Summer is over. Frost in the field, something unbroken, something so real. I wanna live in the love we had then. When Carolina comes home again. Time always teaches, the seasons renew, mountains and beaches I walk with you. Our road is a story without any end, till Carolina comes home again. When Carolina comes home again. I can still feel you laying so close. I look for a lifeline after you go. That's all I'll hold on to until there's no end, till Carolina comes home again. When Carolina comes home again. It's all in the letters, the love that we made, the thoughts that we wrote with will never fade. What's left behind us is the love we had then. Oh, Carolina, come home again. When Carolina comes home again. When Carolina comes home again.
Now, as we begin our 30th anniversary award show, here's a look back at the very first IBM Awards presented in Owensboro, Kentucky in 1990.
Because I've got one of these girls working in my band right now, and I'm blown away by the talent that's coming up through the ranks these days at this age. It's really mind-boggling, and you're in for a treat.
And that treat consists of Allison Krauss and Lynn Morris, Allison Brown, Andrea Zahn, and Missy Raines. So let's make them welcome to the stage.
And now, please make welcome your hosts, Jim Lauderdale and Del McCoury.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the 30th annual anniversary IBMA Awards Show here in my home state of North Carolina. Now, not just anyone can claim it as their native home. Isn't that right, Dell?
Not everyone has a North Carolina highway named after him. Isn't that right, Jim?
Well, Dell, it's hard to believe it's been 30 years since the very first IBMA Awards Show. And it's hard to believe your hair hasn't changed a bit.
Seems like neither is yours, Jim. It looks the same as it always did. But you know, right from the start, our awards have recognized the variety in our music and our industry.
You won Male Vocalist of the Year that
I
first
did?
year, didn't you? Yeah.
Oh, I sure did. That's right. You know who else got awards?
Who?
The Nashville Bluegrass Band and Hot Rise, and a couple of folks you may have heard of. Bela Fleck, the Bluegrass Album Band, and someone, okay, go ahead, that's all right. And someone who filled in with me on the fiddle just a year or two before that, Alison Krauss.
You know, Dell,
I'm a little nervous.
I am too.
Go ahead.
But I'll tell you what, this is such a great audience that they're going to make us feel comfortable. I just know that. And the music tonight, it's going to be played by some of the best musicians in the world, and that's going to make us feel good.
Well,
Now, Dell, I have to be honest with you. I don't want to get too mushy or anything, but I've always considered myself to be the son you never had.
well, you know, Jim, I actually have two
Well,
sons
because, you know,
already.
we have so much in common. Like, who's your favorite bluegrass icon that you played guitar for?
Well, that'd be Bill Monroe.
Well,
I guess.
I wanted to play with him too. And you used to play banjo, didn't you?
You know, I did when I auditioned for.
And we both got Manuel suits just for the show tonight. We did that. And you like sideburns, don't you?
Well, I have had them for a while, I guess.
And now, this is going to kind of come from left field, but what's your favorite kind of cookie?
You know, I don't know. Probably, though, chocolate chip.
Well, isn't that just the most auspicious coincidence? Because me too.
Really?
You know, Dell, with our North Carolina connections, we really must be related.
Well, I don't know if that's how I'd put it, but I guess so.
Well, all right. All right then, Dell. I think it's about time we get this show started and you and I get down that old town road. I've got the horses in the back. Come on.
Well, you know what? Let's jump on them and get down the road.
For our first awards of the evening, please welcome a founding member of Italy's foremost bluegrass artist, Red Wine, Silvio Ferretti, and the mayor of our host city these past 6 years, Nancy McFarlane.
Thank you. I'd like to officially welcome all of the IBMA conference attendees and each and every one of my fellow bluegrass fans to Raleigh for another year of World of Bluegrass. Bluegrass inhabits a very special place in the history and culture of our state. But the I in IBMA is there for a reason. Even 30 years ago, when these awards were first presented, bluegrass had already taken root around the world.
Coming from Italy, traveling the thousands of miles it takes to get here each year for IBMA, even among the hundreds of thousands who gather here to celebrate bluegrass, I still feel a special welcome from the city of Oaks.
Something I've learned as a bluegrass fan is no matter where you're from, what counts is, can you pick?
The nominees for Instrumental Recording of the Year are
Cotton Eyed Joe, artist Sideline, producer Tim Surratt, label Mountain Home Music Company. Darlin' Pals of Mine, artist Missy Raines with Allison Brown, Mike Bubb, and Todd Phillips, producer Allison Brown, label Compass Records. Earl's Breakdown, artist The Earls of Leicester, producer Jerry Douglas, label Rounder Records. Fried Taters and Onions, artist Carolina Blue, producers Bobby Powell, Tim and Lakin Jones, executive producers Lonnie Lassiter and Ethan Burkhart, label Pine Castle Records. Sunrise, artist Sam Bush and Bela Fleck, producers Akira Utsuka, Ronnie Freeland, label Smithsonian Folkways Records.
And the award goes to Darlin' Pals of Mine, Missy Raines with Allison Brown, Mike Bubb, and Todd Phillips.
Whoa. So I wasn't expecting this. This never would have happened, obviously, if it hadn't been for Jake Tulloch and Earl Scruggs. But it absolutely would never have happened in my life if it hadn't been for Allison Brown and Compass Records. So Allison had the vision, and when she came up with the idea, I knew that it had to include Todd Phillips and Mike Bubb. And Mike couldn't be here tonight. He's in Hawaii, suffering. And so this is for you, Mike. And I just want to thank Allison and everyone at Compass Records. And I thank Ben Surratt, the best engineer in the world, and who also happens to be Sound Engineer of the Year. And Todd and Mike Bubb.
All I can say is it's the most choreography I've ever been involved in. We all played one bass, and it was a ton of fun.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
"30 years ago, at the very first IBMA Awards show, we didn't have this next category. But even from its earliest days and recordings like Wicked Path of Sin and I'm Traveling On, gospel has been a central part of bluegrass.
This year's nominees for Gospel Recording of the Year are
Acres of Diamonds.
Acres of Diamonds, artist Joe Mullins and the Radio Ramblers, producer Joe Mullins, associate producer Jerry Salley, label Billy Blue Records.
I'm gonna sing,
Gonna shout, artist Claire Lynch, producer Jerry Salley, label Billy Blue Records. I Am a Pilgrim, artist Roland White and Friends, producers Ty Gilpin, John Weisberger, label Mountain Home Music Company.
North, South.
I See God, artist Marty Rabin, producer Jerry Salley, label Billy Blue Records.
Let My Life
Be a Light, artist Balsam Range, producer Balsam Range, executive producer Mickey Gamble, label Mountain Home Music Company.
And the award goes to Gonna Sing, Gonna Shout, Claire Lynch.
I'm gonna sing, gonna shout, gonna wave my hands on the day when I reach God's promised land. There'll be joyful music playing everywhere. I'm gonna jump
up and down and celebrate when I march right through those pearly gates and I reach that happy home way up there. When heaven's door swings open.
Yikes. I think I need my inhaler. Claire Lynch couldn't be here today, and accepting this award for her and everybody who had a hand in making this record. I'd like to thank the IBMA, everybody who was on this record, all the musicians, Claire, who sang the heck out of this song that I wrote while trimming bushes in my backyard a few years ago. To Jerry Sally, my dear friend who produced this, and I just wanted to say that when I first got involved in bluegrass music years ago, it was the gospel element that attracted me to it and brought me closer to my own faith. So I want to thank each and every one of you who support gospel music, and may gospel always be an important part of bluegrass. Thank you.
Please make welcome Grammy Award-winning, 3-time IBMA Entertainer of the Year, and tonight nominated for 3 awards, including, once again, Entertainer of the Year, the Earls of Leicester. We'll be right back with more from the 30th Annual IBMA Awards Show, including performances from Sister Sadie, Molly Tuttle, Rhonda, Vincent and the Rage, and more.
World of Bluegrass is brought to you by Chiesi, celebrating more than 80 years of bringing innovative products to the global healthcare marketplace. Family and community are at the center of everything we do. Chiesi, people and ideas for innovation in healthcare.
Congratulations to Missy Raines on her 3 IBMA nominations for Instrumental Recording of the Year, Collaborative Recording of the Year, and Bass Player of the Year. It's all about that bass, isn't it, Missy? And congratulations to Frank Sullivan, Rob Ikes, and Mike Munford for their nominations for Instrumental Performers of the Year.
Love is one voice that speaks to us all. Discover more about the Crooked Road and Virginia's rich music history by visiting virginia.org/music.
Welcome back to the IBMA Awards Show from the Memorial Auditorium at the Duke Energy Center for the Performing Arts in Raleigh, North Carolina. Here's your host, once again, Jim Lauderdale.
Are you having fun yet? Well, folks, it's my pleasure to introduce you to the man who usually lives behind the curtain, but his job isn't in an emerald city. It's the 24/7 task of running the International Bluegrass Music Association. Please give a very warm welcome to the Executive Director of the IBMA, Paul Schimminger.
Thank you, Jim. Good evening, everyone. And with this being the 30th anniversary of the International Bluegrass Music Awards, it's an especially exciting celebration on what's become the biggest night in bluegrass every year. I want to thank each and every one of you here tonight and those who could not make it for investing considerable time and resources on behalf of this association. I truly love this job, and I have the best job because I love this music, and I get to work with so many of you to help advance our mission to spread this music around the world. It is rewarding to see someone in our community realize for the first time why the IBMA exists and why it is so important to become an active member, or to see an established leader in our industry also become involved because they embrace the collective impact of this association over the years. We know the IBMA is not a club in which you get a decoder ring as much as we would like it. When you become a member, the true value is the investment in your career and the investment in the collective industry so that our music can thrive. The programs throughout the year, including this entire week of World of Bluegrass, happen because of members getting involved, volunteering their time in numerous ways, including serving on committees and panels, and engaging professional sharing relationships, and that's how we all grow. Your work also makes tonight possible. The Music Awards and the Hall of Fame inductions we celebrate tonight, along with the Distinguished Achievement Awards, Industry Awards, Momentum Awards, are all a member-driven selection process. This is not an attempt to determine who is the best instrumentalist or vocalist overall. That would be a virtually impossible task and would miss the point entirely. These awards help illuminate individuals doing extraordinary things and our extraordinary music overall. They recognize and honor excellence during the past year and over a career in the case of the Hall of Fame and Distinguished Achievement Awards. On behalf of the IBMA's Board of Directors, staff, and members all over the world, congratulations to everyone receiving a nomination this year and everyone receiving a nomination over the previous 29 years. You're truly among the finest in any music, in any genre, anywhere in the world. Yes. Applaud for yourselves. Absolutely. It's good to be proud. Milestone anniversaries like tonight are a time for reflection and a time of anticipation. Over the past 29 years, 42 different bands, 23 different vocalists, and 49 different instrumentalists have been awarded. That's not even counting recipients for the scores of award-winning recorded material or the 68 individuals and bands who have been inducted into the International Bluegrass Music Association's Hall of Fame. Congratulations to these many deserving professionals just during our Music Awards program alone. Taking a stroll down memory lane, we heard some of these earlier, let's reflect on some of the first award recipients back in 1990. Entertainer of the Year, Hot Rise. Vocal Group of the Year, Nashville Bluegrass Band. Instrumental Group of the Year, Bluegrass Album Band. Far out. Little did they know they still have a fan base. They're going to make a comeback. Male Vocalist of the Year, your co-host, Del McCoury. Female Vocalist of the Year, Alison Krauss. Song of the Year, Little Mountain Church House, written by Carl Jackson and Jim Rushing and performed by Doyle Lawson and Quicksilver. And Album of the Year at the Old Schoolhouse by the Johnson Mountain Boys. And the Instrumentalists of the Year in 1990 were a who's who list of legendary performers as well. Tony Rice, Roy Husky Jr., Sam Bush, Jerry Douglas, Bela Fleck, and Stuart Duncan. They make a pretty good band. We also reflect on those legends in our music who have passed on. There are far too many to list, but we are indebted to each and every one of them. We will honor those who we lost this year later in the program. But as I said, it's also a time of anticipation as we look ahead and see bluegrass music carried on by today's established professionals, along with the growing number of talented young people who have had their imagination and hearts captured by our incredible music. While the IBMA Momentum Awards began only 7 years ago, we have several artists and bands receiving those awards who are now sprinkled among our Music Awards final nominees this evening and far more in the previous rounds of voting. This demonstrates the healthy growth of our music. And all of this is to say, I hope you're as proud of our music today, along with its heritage and its future, as I am. We are poised for another exciting 30 years ahead. I only hope I'm lucky enough to witness every moment of it. Thank you, and enjoy the biggest night in bluegrass music.
To present our next awards, please welcome the 2018 Emerging Artist of the Year and 2019 Song of the Year nominees, the Po Ramblin' Boys.
Howdy, everybody. It sure is a treat to be back up on this stage.
You know, they wanted us to come up here and make some joke about the brand new Drummer of the Year award.
Ba-doom-tsh. But we're the Po Ramblin' Boys. We're not going to do all that kind of stuff right there.
Instead, here are the nominees for the newly titled Resophonic Player of the Year.
Jerry Douglas.
Andy Hall.
Rob Ikes. Yeah.
And Phil Ledbetter.
And Justin Moses.
And the award goes to, are you ready?
Who is it?
Let me get this thing open here.
You need to say.
Can you read? Yeah, I can get it open here. Hold on now.
Come on.
Hold on now.
Come on.
Hold on now. Let's see here. You ready, boys?
I want to read it.
Look at that. Phil Ledbetter.
Wow. I'm just blown away by this. I didn't expect this. I'll make this brief, but back in June, I was in the hospital, a lot of you folks know, and there was a day there I talked to my family and told them goodbye. I was I knew I was on my way out. I'd fought this stuff 4 times, and this time I was sure I wasn't going to get out because I'd never been this sick. And one night something happened, and the next day I just started getting better. And I want to say this award means so much. This is my 3rd one, and it means so much to me. But I'll have to say this is the second best thing that happened to me this year is winning Dobro Player of the Year. The best thing that's happened to me this year, and this is no slam on the IBMA, is I've become a 5-time cancer survivor. Thank you. I can't put that on a shelf or anything, but I was in clinical trials at one time, and I did it. I didn't think I'd get well, but I figured they would learn something that maybe if my son here, Matt, you can give Matt a big hand. He's been helping me, and Ethan Burkhart. But I figured in clinical trials they would find something. If it didn't help me, it might help my grandkids. And that's the way I've looked at cancer. It came to the right person because my dad died with it, my brother died with it, but I wasn't going to. And but I will say this, and I know how things are in the world today, but it wasn't only the medicine that got me well. You guys can figure the other half. It's up there. Thank you so much. God bless you. This means so much. Thanks to the IDMA. And another big hand for Paul Schiminger. He's just the best. Give Paul a big hand. And the whole Rambling Voice. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys very much. Mr. Phil Ledbetter, everybody. Yes, sir. Oh, you know, as Bill Monroe once sang, time changes everything, and this year our awards name has changed from Emerging Artist of the Year. That's us, you know.
Yeah, that's it.
They can never take that from us. We're forever those Emerging Artists of the Year, so yeah, remember that. Anyhow, so the nominees, it's changed to new artists now. The nominees this year are...
Come on, darling, put a pretty dress on. We're gonna go out to
Appalachian Roadshow.
Dance, dance, dance all night long. Through the turmoil in the tin.
Billy Strings.
I could wait my early line. I hear bluegrass calling me.
Carolina Blue.
I hear bluegrass calling me. Headed back to the hills and home.
High Fidelity.
And Mile 12.
And the people that are taking our, the new artist of the year is,
Hold on.
I can't.
Hold on, I'll help you. I'll help you out.
Hey now, did you have to go through a metal detector? Hey now, we like knives.
What's it say?
What? Come on.
Billy Strings.
Through the turmoil in the tin foil.
Yeah, man.
My early line. I could see you in the darkness, and I'm running through the night.
Hey, Billy couldn't be here tonight because we keep him really busy on the road. But he wanted to thank the IBMA from the bottom of his heart and all you people out there for supporting him.
I just want to say it's a great part. It's awesome to be part of a young man's growth like Billy Strings. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the 30th Annual IBMA Awards Show, Vocal Group and Album of the Year nominees, Sister Sadie.
How about that, huh? Well, every day I feel grateful that I've been blessed with a long career. Joined Bill Monroe's Bluegrass Boys in 1963, and I recorded my first solo album in 1968, and we celebrated 50 years since its release just last year. And wouldn't you know it, I'm still singing bluegrass. No plans to quit either. You know, a lot has changed since I started singing bluegrass, but a lot has stayed the same, too. One of the things you can always count on is young folks carrying the music into the future. A lot of these bright young pickers and singers can't even remember or weren't even born yet when I had this little get-together for the first time. But they've got the fire to keep our music and our community going for another 50 years. Here are just two fine examples of these young'uns and two nominees to present our next awards. Ainsley Porchak of Carolina Blue, and Jeremy Stevens of High Fidelity.
Well, it kindly makes you stand up tall when Dale McCoury calls your name. Dale certainly is right. Carrying on tradition is an important thing to younger folks, too, and acknowledging those younger folks, newcomers to the industry, and the artists and bands just getting their start is a pivotal part of keeping bluegrass strong for the decades to come.
I can tell you firsthand that the inspiration and pride of being honored with the Momentum Award just last year was and is such a strong reminder that the music that we make and the strides we take are recognized and appreciated by all of you.
So we want to give a special congratulations to all of yesterday's Momentum Award winners. Keep up the momentum.
You know what keeps up the momentum in a bluegrass band, Jeremy?
Twin banjos.
Well, I don't want to say no to that, but no, it's the mandolin.
Well, okay, all right. Well, here are the nominees for Mandolin Player of the Year. Alan Bobby.
Sam Bush.
Sierra Hall.
Ronnie McCoury.
And Frank Sullivan.
And the award goes to...
We have no envelope.
You're all winners. One moment.
They know how to take care of it, I tell you. Boy, how interesting. Howdy!
I come bearing glad tidings. We have our Mandolin Player of the Year, and the winner is...
The suspense.
Alan Bybee.
Lord have mercy. I don't know what to say, y'all. I sure didn't prepare anything because I was stunned to even be in the same category as Sam Bush, man. My hero. But I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ most of all.
I told you you was going to win.
I love you, man.
Love you, Al. You deserve it.
Thank you. But I also want to thank, had a couple people in the audience here, my beautiful wife Pam and my daughter Casey's here. They've always been so supportive of me and put up with me being on the road. I really appreciate them, and it's great to have them here with me tonight. But I also want to thank everybody at IBMA, all my bandmates, Justin Jenkins, Laura Orshaw, Tony Watt, Zach McClam. They're here somewhere. But thank you all for letting me be part of this great bluegrass family all my life. It's been all I've ever wanted to do, and it's just I just really appreciate y'all and be a part of this family. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
To return to the theme of momentum for another moment, I know I'm speaking for all of us when I say that one thing that keeps us moving forward is the incredible collaborative spirit of bluegrass.
Across oceans, across borders, across generations, across genres, the potential is truly limitless when you put a stellar group of creators on stage or in the studio.
And the nominees for Collaborative Recording of the Year are...
They took the higher ground.
Burning Georgia Down. Artist Balsam Range with Atlanta Pop's Orchestra Ensemble. Producer Balsam Range. Label Mountain Home Music Company. Darlin' Pals of Mine. Artist Missy Raines with Allison Brown, Mike Bubb, and Todd Phillips. Producer Allison Brown. Label Compass Records. The Guitar Song, artist Joe Mullins and the Radio Ramblers with Del McCoury. Producer Joe Mullins, associate producer Jerry Sally, label Billy Blue Records. So please, artist Rhonda Vincent and Dolly Parton. Producers Dave Cobb, John Leventhal, Frank Liddell, label MCA Nashville. Soldier's Joy, Ragtime Annie, artist Roland White with Justin Hiltner, Patrick McAvenue, Molly Tuttle, and John Weisberger. Producers Ty Gilpin, John Weisberger, label Mountain Home Music Company.
Look what we have here. Things go much smoother this way. The 2019 Collaborative Recording of the Year is The Guitar Song. Joe Mullins and the Radio Ramblers with Del McCoury.
I'm just a banjo in the pawn shop on the corner.
Hey, Joe.
Hello, Dale. Come out here, son.
Fancy meeting you here.
Fancy meeting you here. How about that hair, folks?
You got plenty, too.
Yeah, I got plenty, but thank you, everybody. I knew it'd be entertaining. If it starts off with the Del McCoury G run, it's going to be a hit. It's always been that way. Where's all my guys here? We got in the studio, and Dale said, "No, I ain't rehearsed this too much." And I said, "You just be Del McCoury, and I believe everybody's going to like it an awful lot." And we worked for an afternoon, and we finished up. Jason Berry, our fiddle player, and all the other guys, they said, "That's the funnest day we ever had in the studio." You're a good hand at making records, you know that?
Well, I don't know about that now, Joe, but you know, Joe had the idea, and he said, "I'll tell you now, this'll do good on the radio." Of course, he knows a lot about radio.
Thank you, Dave.
He does.
Well, I got to thank Bill Anderson. Bill Anderson and Jamie Johnson and Dickie McGee, he wrote the song.
Yeah, that's right.
And I heard Anderson doing the country version of it, and I thought, man, we need to do something bluegrass like that. We need to tell them about Del McCoury and Doc Watson.
And a banjo, yeah, put that banjo right on there.
Well, that was Bill's idea.
Oh, it was?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Bill said, "You rewrite it, and let Dale be the guitar, and you be the banjo." And we thank you, folks, for liking it, and thanks everybody for playing it on the radio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you, man. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Entertainer of the Year nominees, Joe Mullins and the Radio Ramblers.
Boy, that was quick. Got another nice hand for Del McCoury's hair. You ready now? You all still ready? First, let me say you're worth some sacrificing, and there ain't much I won't change to be with you. But I've got to say you're asking me for something I'm not sure that I could ever do. I'll bring your mom to church with us on Sundays. I'll join the gym and try to stay real lean. But if I could, I'm asking one small favor. I've gotta have some bacon in my beans. Bacon in my beans, bacon in my beans. That's how a country boy survives, so baby, don't be mean. I vegetables routine. But I've gotta have some bacon in my beans. Well, I know that it would help my circulation, and hogs across the country would be glad. But beans without some salt and grease of some kind can only be described as really bad. I know that it's against your constitution, and you've made it clear you think it's obscene. But I can't help the way my mama raised me, and I've gotta have some bacon in my beans. Bacon in my beans, bacon in my beans. That's how the country boy survives, so baby, don't be mean. I'll cut back on the burgers, make vegetables routine. But I've gotta have some bacon in my beans. Well, you know, I really love your vegan smoothies, and almond milk and raisin bran's just fine. I'll even eat your spinach quiche for breakfast, and your tofu lasagna with red wine. I know you're looking out for my best interest, but baby, there just ain't no in between. And I promise you, you'll never have to eat 'em. But I've gotta have some bacon in my beans. Bacon in my beans, bacon in my beans. That's how the country boy survives, so baby, don't be mean. I'll cut back on the burgers and make vegetables routine. But I've gotta have some bacon in my beans. Bacon in my beans, bacon in my beans. Pinto, white, red, and navy, and garland especially green. I'll cut back on the burgers and make vegetables routine. But I've gotta have some bacon in my beans. Check out the video. I've gotta have some bacon in my beans.
For our first Hall of Fame induction of the evening, it is our great pleasure to introduce Grammy Award nominee, Bluegrass Hall of Fame inductee, groundbreaking banjo player, singer, and bluegrass forebear, Sonny Osborne.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Testing 1, 2. Yep. All right. I really appreciate that a lot more than you all will ever know. And I apologize for reading this stuff off, but as you get older, your memory kind of goes too. But anyway, it's a tremendous honor for me to be here tonight to tell you about my friend. He's one of the world's best banjo players and been so for a long time. And his career in bluegrass music has spanned the better part of 65 years. And I'm here to bestow the highest award that IBMA and bluegrass music as a whole has to offer. That's induction into its Hall of Fame. But before I get into that, I want to say a few things about him. He was one of the original founders of the Country Gentlemen in 1957. And he won a national banjo championship in 1959. That's big time. As a member of Jimmy Martin's Sunny Mountain Boys, he recorded 29 songs and instrumentals, which included Jimmy's hit, Tennessee, I Hear You Calling Me. and the ever popular Theme Time. Yeah. And best of all, though, was Sweet Dixie, and one of the all-time great banjo tunes that unfortunately I was never able to learn how to play. And he does some little pull-off things with his left hand, and I can do that, but then the right hand is a whole different ball game. And here, listen to it. Man, oh man. In 1973, he joined the United States Navy and became leader of the Country Current, which was the Navy's bluegrass band. And when we were fortunate enough to be on the same show with them, I always made it a point to go around and tell each one of them that what they was doing was not fair to the rest of us. And, well, they come out on stage, and they're all in shape, looked like they could run 50 miles. And then they did every patriotic song known to man. And those white uniforms, they came out like that, and they were so bright, they hurt your eyes. And it's just not fair. It wasn't fair to all of us. But they were good, though. And that's just another thing. They were really good. He served 20 years and retired from the Navy in 1993. But even while he was in the Navy, he kept working on his own music, too. And in 1987, he made a solo album that will influence young banjo players for years to come, that's for sure. Its title track has been performed by everyone from Kristen Scott Benson and the Lonesome River Band to the infamous String Dusters and Billy Strings. Here's a little bit of Home of the Red Fox. The recipient of numerous awards over the years, he was elected to the Virginia Country Music Hall of Fame in 1984 and was recipient of the IBMA Distinguished Achievement Award in 2016. I mean, he was the real deal for sure. Please welcome my friend, a great banjo player, a gentleman, and the newest member of the Bluegrass Music Association's Hall of Fame, Mr. Bill Emerson. I love you too, brother. Look here, boy.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Sonny. So glad to be here beside you, my friend for more than 50 years. You know, folks, When I was young, I heard banjo on the radio, and I thought, I really want to play that thing. And so I went down and bought a real cheap banjo. I think the name of it was a bell tone or something like that. And didn't have any idea how to play it. But I knew that John Duffy played bluegrass music, and he lived about a mile away from me. So I tied that cheap banjo across the handlebars of my bicycle and rode down to John's house. And I said, John, how do you play this thing? He said, well, you put this one pick on this finger, and the other one on that finger, and this on your thumb, and I'll draw you out some chords. And he did that, and got back on my bicycle, rode back home, and I was on my way. And never wanted to do anything after that but play the banjo. Didn't want to go to school, didn't want to work, didn't want to do anything but play the banjo. And I would stay up all night long. I'd go down in the basement so I wouldn't wake anybody up and play my banjo all night. And finally, along about 1953, Buzz Busby and the Bayou Boys was a band that I went to work for. Buzz was a great musician, a Louisiana guy, and my first experience of playing with a pro band. And after that, I worked a little bit with Bill Harrell and learned a lot from Bill. He was a great guy. And then eventually, John Duffy, Charlie Waller, and I got together, and we became the Country Gentlemen. And worked with John and Charlie, and Tom Morgan played bass. He's a friend of mine, played bass first, and later on Bill Yates came in and played bass. And then I got the opportunity to work for Jimmy Martin and the Sunny Mountain Boys. Jimmy called me and said, I'm needing a banjo player up here in East Patterson, New Jersey. Can you meet me on the Pennsylvania Turnpike? And I said, I'll be right there. And drove my little 52 Plymouth right on up there to one of those Howard Johnson rest stop deals up there, and met him, got in his Cadillac. He had the bass on top. And we rode to East Patterson, New Jersey, and that was my first experience playing with Jimmy Martin. He said, I want you to stay with me all the time. So I stayed with Jimmy for 3 years, and that was my education right there, working with the great Jimmy Martin, and one of the Bluegrass Boys, one of the early Bluegrass Boys. And I got a lot of people that I need to thank, starting with Buzz Busby and the Country Gentlemen and Bill Harrell, and Ronnie Freeland, George Hodgkiss, and Billy Wolf, recording engineers who I've worked with over the years. They're the greatest guys in the world. And Rural Rhythm Records, Rebel Records, Mark and Dave Freeman, Vanguard Records up in New York City, and people that kept me, whose banjos I've played, like Jeff Stelling, Sonny Osborne, Gibson, the luthiers who kept my banjos working, Tom Morgan, John Paganoni, and Chris Warner. I want to thank my band especially, Miss Terry Chisholm, Wayne Lanham, Tom Adams, my guitar player, one of the greatest banjo players that ever lived, by the way, and Chris Stiefel, Wally Hughes, and everybody else who's played in my band and helped me make records. And I need to thank Alex and Pat Bogan, who are my booking agents, and they did some brilliant things for me. And also Tony Rice. I recorded 3 albums with Tony, and he recorded 3 for me, and he'll always be one of my best friends in music. Then the great Lynn Morris. Who's been my recording engineer for the last 7 or 8 years, something like that. An amazing musician herself. Then I was partners with Cliff Waldron, Pete Goebel, Wayne Taylor, and Mark Newton had records out with them. And I need to thank Pete Milano, who's run my website for about the last 15 years and just done a great job. And I need to thank photographers like John Keith, Steve Barrett, Dean Hoffmeyer, and also want to thank, I'm looking at my notes here. Honey, could you please bring home some milk and bread? No, that's the wrong one. I want to thank everybody at the U.S. Navy Band. That was an experience. That was the experience of a lifetime, and I wouldn't have missed it for anything in the world. And they're still going, and I'm so proud of those guys. I want to thank Lynn Holzclaw, who was the manager of the Country Gentlemen for many years. He's got some problems, but I love him, and I wish him well. Finally, well, he's got some health problems, what I meant to say. He does. Finally, I want to thank my wife and my sons and my family who have encouraged me, inspired me, and supported me all these many years. Couldn't have done it without them. My wife, Lola, my son, Johnny, my son, Mike, his wife, Sherry, Carrie, Sean, Kristen, and Michael, Billy, Lisa, Amanda, Haley, and William IV. Folks, I love you all. I love bluegrass music. Thank you so much.
With a tribute to Bill Emerson, Hall of Famer, please welcome Sam Bush, Charlie Cushman, Jerry Douglas, Mark Schatz, and Josh Williams. We'll be right back with more awards and special performances from the 30th Annual IBMA Awards Show at the Duke Energy Center for the Performing Arts in Raleigh, North Carolina.
One, two, three, four. Compass Records salutes Michael Cleveland on his nomination for Fiddle Player of the Year and all the Flame Keepers on their nomination for Instrumental Group of the Year. Salute! Check out Michael's new release, Tall Fiddler, and be prepared to be blown away. Out now on Compass Records.
It sure is warm looking at the...
Rob Ickes and Trey Hensley blur the boundaries on World Full of Blues. Coming this fall from Compass Records.
Hi, everyone. This is Ray from NPR's Car Talk, welcoming you to the annual IBMA Music Awards Show, proudly sponsored by the Boston Bluegrass Union, producer of the Joe Val Bluegrass Festival, and more. Find out more about the BBU at bbu.org. Now relax and enjoy the show.
Welcome back to the IBMA Awards Show. To present the Fiddle Player and Guitar Player of the Year awards, please welcome IBMA Award winners Missy Raines and Frank Sullivan.
You know, Missy, for as different as bands are in bluegrass, they have one very big thing in common.
They do, Frank. Instrumentalists. They are the backbone and heavy lifters of our genre. We're proud to present the awards for Fiddle Player and Guitar Player of the Year.
The nominees for Fiddle Player of the Year are Hunter Berry,
Becky Buller,
Jason Carter,
Michael Cleveland,
and Stuart Duncan.
and the award goes to Michael Cleveland.
Thank you all so much. You know, I was just back there talking to Becky and Jason Carter. We said, man, we ought to all five come out of here. That'd be a little unusual, wouldn't it? Seriously, thank you all so much. It's been such a great year for the band and I can't thank you all enough, and I need to thank our booking agent, Jim Rowe of Rowe Entertainment. Don't clap for him, he'll get the big head, you know. No, seriously. I always think I'm going to prepare a speech for one of these things, and I never do. But thanks to Jim Rowe, Kimberly Williams of East Public Relations, our manager, Chris Alderman of Deluge Music, our record label, Compass Records, and I want to thank all the guys in my band for putting up with a fiddle player. That's hard work in itself. But I got a great bunch of guys, and we have a blast playing music. So thank you all so much, and thanks for all the fiddle players, and thanks to you all for setting the standard for all that. Thank you so much.
Now it's my turn. to open an envelope.
Fine. The nominees for Guitar Player of the Year are Kenny Smith,
Billy Strings,
Brian Sutton,
Molly Tuttle,
and Josh Williams.
And this year's award goes to Billy Strings.
You know, again, Billy is really grateful for the IBMA and everybody that's rooting for him. Really wishes he could be here. He's about to melt some faces. And if he was here, though, I would say that he would probably want everybody to be kind to each other. Take care.
Well, folks, I can't tell you how great it is to be celebrating Bluegrass and the 30-year legacy of this award show in my own home state of North Carolina. And it's so great to be co-hosting it with Dad. I mean, Dell. And hey, for those of you that grew up here in North Carolina, when you took North Carolina history, there's a piece about Sir Walter Raleigh and how he said North Carolina is the goodliest land. Well, I think for this week, North Carolina is the bluegrassiest land. And I'll tell you what, Raleigh and the wide world of bluegrass go together like soup and sandwich, don't they? You know, and I'm not just saying all this stuff about North Carolina because of my songwriter friend Cy Khan and my affinity for the word kakalaki. And you know, if drawn by songwriters like myself, the map of our continent would be a little wonky. There's a lot of songs about Memphis and many about California and even one or two about some kind of concrete jungle somewhere, but there'll always be great songs about North Carolina. And there's a good reason for that. And I'm especially proud to be a native North Carolinian during this year celebrating our state's musical heritage with Come Here, North Carolina. And for those raised here, or for those of you who have lived here, or even if you've just visited, there's still a lot more to hear, including this next act. And please give a warm kakalaki welcome to my fellow North Carolina natives and IBMA award winners, Darren and Brooke Auldridge.
When you love someone, you'll do anything. You'll do all the crazy things that you can't explain. You'll shoot the moon, let out the sun. When you love someone, you'll deny the truth, believe a lie. There'll be times that you'll believe that you could really fly. But your lonely nights have just begun when you love someone. you'll sacrifice. Give it everything you got, and you won't think twice. You risk it all, no matter what may come, when you love someone. Yeah, you'll shoot the moon, put out the sun, when you love someone.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more from Bluegrass Music's biggest night, live from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Records congratulates Molly Tuttle on her 3 IBMA nominations, including Female Vocalist of the Year, Guitar Player of the Year, and Song of the Year. On her new release, When You're Ready, Molly plants her flag on the cutting edge of roots music, out now on Compass Records. Old Salt Union's alt-grass string band sound has never been better than on their new release, Where the Dogs Don't Bite. Check it out at compassrecords.com.
Hi, this is Eric Gibson. My band, the Gibson Brothers, prides itself on playing a variety of songs within the bluegrass style. Whether we're playing a hard-driving bluegrass song or a more sensitive number, my Deering Tenbrook's Legacy gives me everything I need. Its neck feels just right in my hands, and I can hear every note as clear as a bell. My Deering never lets me down.
For more information and a free catalog, go to www.deeringbanjos.com. Deering, the great American banjo company.
And welcome back to the IBMA Awards Show. To present our next awards, the most awarded fiddler in the 30-year history of these awards, and the first woman to ever receive the Fiddle Player of the Year award, Michael Cleveland and Becky Buller.
Fiddle Player of the Year awards have you won, Michael?
Well, you know, Becky, a more humble man would say that he's lost count, but not me. It's probably somewhere between not quite enough and way too many.
It's our honor and pleasure to present the evening's next 2 awards. First, to the bluegrass band member who acts as the glue, holding everything together.
And second, to the instrumentalists who, if they had their way, would tear everything apart with a forward, backward, reverse, double flip roll.
The nominees for Bass Player of the Year are Barry Bales,
Mike Bubb,
Beth Lawrence,
Missy Raines,
and Mark Schatz. And the 2019 Bass Player of the Year is...
Hey, wait a minute. Give me that.
Okay, I gotta get it out.
Come on.
I gotta get it out of the envelope first. Hold on. I got butterfingers. I'm up here. I'm nervous.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here
I
you go.
can tell.
Here you go.
I need to get some new glasses. You think I can't read this? And the award goes to Missy Raines.
Missy Raines. Missy Raines, I know you're back there. Well? Okay, here we go. Missy Raines, everybody.
I don't know where she is. She's back. Oh! Hey, honey. Nice to...
Get it, man.
Oh. Sorry, I didn't
Are
mean to...
you freaking kidding me? I didn't ever think I'd get a chance to talk to you again. I don't know what to say. I have to say, I have to thank Allison Brown and Compass Records and for making my music available and being there for me for the last 11 years. And I thank this man for being there for me for the last 34 years. Yeah. And I want to thank Molly Farr, who's been there, Lost Buffalo artist. She's been there for me for the last several years, and I wouldn't still be here if it weren't for her. And I want to thank all the bass players that have influenced me, have befriended me, Mr. Mike Bubb, Todd Phillips, Mark Schatz, Tom Gray. I'm going to forget everybody, but there's some of those folks have just gone out of their way to make this world a place for me to be. And when I first came into it, there were very few women playing bass. And speaking of that, I want to thank Ruth McLean and Cheryl White and Nancy Josephson from the Buffalo Gals, who were folks that I saw when I was a young girl. And that's what I wanted to do because I saw them on stage. So anyway, I know I'm forgetting something. I think my parents for taking me to bluegrass festivals and making that a priority in their life so that I could have the opportunity that I have to live this great life. I want to thank my band, Ben Garnett and George Jackson, for driving around with me on the road these days. And I want to thank Carlton Haney for putting on festivals that brought diversity before it was really cool. And he made it a difference for me. Thank you so much.
And now, for the banjos to our fiddles. The nominees for Banjo Player of the Year are
Gina Furtado.
Mike Mudford.
Noam Pikelny.
Kristen Scott Vincent.
And Scott Vestal. And the award goes to... No, I got this one.
You sure?
Yes.
I pretty much nailed it last
No,
time.
no, I got this one. I got this one.
All right, go ahead.
I mean,
fine.
you did. You did. It was
I
beautiful.
really did.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Kristen Scott Benson.
very nervous. Banjo players aren't supposed to have to talk, so but thank you guys so much. I love this room. I love this community. I love the Bluegrass family. The documentary just came out. Big family, that's what this is. And we're all a part of that, and I love that. And I'm so thankful that I've had a life that I can share with all of you guys, and I can play the banjo. Gosh, that just means the world to me. So I need to thank, of course, the Grascals for the last 11 years. I thank Larry Stevenson, Larry Cordell, all the guys who've ever hired me. If you've let me fill in your band, if you've let me play on your record, thank you. And I especially thank my husband, Wayne Benson, and my son and my family, and Mountain Home Records. I love Mickey and Gamma, I love those guys. But more than anybody, my Lord, my Savior, Jesus Christ. Thank you, guys.
Please welcome back to the stage Grammy Award winner, 19-time IBMA Award winner, Grand Ole Opry member, and your host, Del McCoury and the Del McCoury Band.
This old shack of mine. Yeah, the windows carry on, and the timbers creak and groan. That old girl is well on down the line. Some people say it don't get cold in Memphis, but I've seen that old river freeze up tide. Yeah, she used to melt me down till she caught that southern bound. Crossed that bridge and left me cold as ice. Train all the way, all the good times, but the pain is here to stay. That old train is to blame for the bad times I'm living today. Well, if I could, I'd buy myself a ticket, check out every whistle stop that came along, cover every mile of track, and I'd bring my baby back. But a happy ending to this song. Check out every whistle stop that came along, cover every mile of track, and I'd bring my baby back. Put a happy ending to this song. Roll on.
Thank you. Come here, boys. Get behind me here. I need a little help with this next thing here.
All right.
Get in tight behind me, I'll tell you what. Well, let's see now. Jim, where's Jim at? He ain't here yet. Excuse me, but would you roll that teleprompter back? On back. There you go. Get in tight behind me, boys. Oh, here he is. Who is it? What's your...
Hi, Reggie. Hi, Rodney.
Wait a minute. Wait, that's not right.
I'm
Rob.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Jim.
sorry. I'm sorry. Rudolph and Rumpelstiltskin.
No. I'm Ronnie. And I'm Rob.
Whatever. Here, hold these.
Okay.
They're for Dell and I later at our party after the show. Gosh, Dell, Dad, that was great. That was just awesome.
Did you like
You're
that?
just sounding better than ever.
Really?
Hey, you know what, though? I've got a few suggestions.
You do?
You know, as the son you never had, I was just, kind of wanting, to, as
Well,
spit it
you
out.
know, Jim, I have 2 sons already. I've got 2 sons already.
It's all right. It's okay.
I'm sorry about that. But I could use a nephew if you would like that.
Wait, so you'd be my uncle?
Yes, I would.
And these guys would be my cousins?
Yeah. Hey, absolute cousin Jim.
Well, all right, Uncle Dell. Come on, cousins. Let's bake some more chocolate chip cookies for Dad. I mean, Uncle Dell. Come on, come on.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. But I like it, don't you? Now, you never know if he's going to stick to the script. I've never worked with him until this weekend. I've been around him, and he just don't stick to the script. Well, anyway, now. But he did pretty good tonight. He stayed right close there tonight pretty well. Now, I got to stop this, and for our next Hall of Fame induction, please welcome a Grammy-nominated, legendary, groundbreaking voice in bluegrass, Laurie Lewis. Huh? I'm going to leave you alone now.
Thank you so much. In 1954, in Los Angeles County, California, brothers Roland, Clarence, and Eric White formed a trio called the Three Little Country Boys. The oldest, Roland, was just 16 years old. They started winning talent contests in and around Los Angeles and attracted the attention of guitarist Joe Maphis, who helped them get a few appearances on a public local TV show, popular one. They mostly played old-time songs and tunes that they had learned from their father, a down east fiddler from Maine. But in 1955, Roland, the mandolin player, heard from his uncle about a guy named Bill Monroe who played really fast. So Roland went to the local record store and ordered Pike County Breakdown, because the name sounded kind of exciting. And the 45 RPM record arrived a week later with a flip side of Monroe and Jimmy Martin singing Poison Love. And Roland, Clarence, and Eric became bluegrass fans. To the mandolin, guitar, and brother harmonies of Roland and Clarence, they added the propulsive and inventive banjo of Billy Ray Latham and the fine songwriting and dobro of Leroy Mac McNeese. And the Country Boys were born. In 1961, Roger Bush replaced Eric on the bass, bringing his humorous front work and rock-solid playing to the mix. And the Country Boys made 2 memorable appearances on the Andy Griffith Show, which put them in front of a national audience.
I'm ready anytime you are, Sheriff.
Okay, now I've been bragging on us a whole lot, so let's do it good for Mr. Maxwell. All right. Used to have old banjos all strung up with twine, and only song you could hear me sing was "I Wish That Gal Was Mine." Oh, you kicking you, oh, you, I say, I ain't got time to kiss you now, my mules run away. Took my wife to the barnyard and I set her down to supper. She got choked on a turkey leg and stuck her nose in the butter. Oh, you kicking you, oh, you, I say, I ain't got time to kiss you now, my mules run away. Face is like a coffee pot, your nose is like a spout, your mouth is like a fireplace with all the ashes out. Oh, you kicking you, what mule I say, I ain't got time to kiss you now, my mules run away. Oh, you kicking you, what mule I say, I ain't got time to kiss you now, my mules run away. Won't you kicking you, won't you, I say, I ain't got time to kiss you now, my mules run away.
Right. Well, about this time, the Country Boys caught the ear of a 9-year-old Southern California guitarist by the name of Tony Rice. Tony credits Clarence for providing him with the template for the role of a guitar in a bluegrass band. In 1962, while Roland was in the service, the band recorded their first album, and at Joe Maphis' suggestion, they changed their name to the Kentucky Colonels. They were a bunch of California kids, but Billy Ray was from Arkansas, and I guess they figured that that was close enough to the bluegrass state. Meanwhile, Clarence had heard Doc Watson at the Ash Grove Folk Club in Los Angeles and got his first glimpse of what might be possible to accomplish with the flat pick. He quickly started turning heads with his speed, tone, timing, and innovative playing. Tony Rice said that in a matter of weeks, Clarence became, quote, one of the most incredible, unique guitar players in terms of his ability to play lead and still have it sound like it was a natural, integrated part of bluegrass music, end quote. The Colonels toured extensively up and down the West Coast, but were most popular in California, where they counted noted musicians such as Jerry Garcia, Herb Peterson, David Lindley, Bill Bryson, and Tony Rice among their many fans. Their shows featured humor, beautiful harmony singing, stellar instrumentalism, spiffy matching suits, and a consummate professionalism. In 1964, they released their second album, the all-instrumental Appalachian Swing, which included fiddler Bobby Sloan. Clarence's playing on this album redefined the role of the guitar in a bluegrass band, making it a lead instrument equal to the mandolin, banjo, and fiddle. It set the guitar world on fire. Clarence is, knowingly or unknowingly, the inspiration for almost every lead guitarist in bluegrass today. We have a little something to play here. There it goes. like all bluegrass bands, the Kentucky Colonels felt the economic pain that was inflicted by the rising popularity of electric music, but they kept steadfastly to what today would pass for traditional bluegrass, though at the time it was really pushing the boundaries. And for a short time in 1965, they added the fiery fiddler Scotty Stoneman to the mix. The result was explosive, dynamic, and often downright terrifying. It's been said that Scotty played a decade's worth of music in the few months that he was in the band. Tapes of the Kentucky Colonels' live shows were traded and jealously hoarded throughout the West in particular, but also among bluegrass cognoscenti throughout the world. I remember the thrill of listening to live cassettes of Rogers and Billy Ray's onstage banter, their great song choices, and wonderful mandolin, banjo, and dobro playing, all punctuated by huge distorted guitar runs as Clarence pointed the microphone smack dab into the middle of his dreadnought sound hole. There just wasn't anything better.
You seem to like the fiddle music there, and we sure do, and Scotty likes to play it. So I think we'll just turn him loose here with one. You want to dedicate this or anything like that? Just do it. Well, all right, a little bit of old Joe Clark.
I wish they'd played the rest of that because it got way crazier after that. But, okay, we'll move on. In 1967, Clarence was asked to join Bill Monroe's Bluegrass Boys. And we can only guess how different bluegrass music might be today if that had happened. He declined the offer, however, but Roland accepted, and the Kentucky Colonels split up for a while, during which time Clarence joined the seminal folk rock group The Byrds and became as influential on electric guitar as he had been on the acoustic. In 1973, Roland, Clarence, and Eric White reformed the band as the New Kentucky Colonels. Sadly, it was short-lived, as Clarence was killed by a drunk driver while he was loading up the van after a gig in Palmdale, California. The devastating event marked the tragic end of this groundbreaking group. Since that time, Roland White has continued to be a champion of the music he fell in love with some 70 years ago, playing and recording and touring with Bill Monroe, Lester Flatt, the Country Gazette, the Nashville Bluegrass Band, and his own Roland White Band. I am so pleased that tonight the Kentucky Colonels are taking their rightful place in the Bluegrass Pantheon. Please join me in welcoming into the Bluegrass Hall of Fame the Kentucky Colonels, Roland and Clarence White, Roger Bush, Leroy Mac McNeese, Billy Ray Latham, and Scotty Stoneman. And here to accept the awards are Roland White, Leroy Mack, and Roger Bush.
Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. It is so great to be here. Who would have thunk it? 60 years ago, we got together with Roland and Clarence and Eric and Billy Ray. I just heard a record that my friend of mine played for me. It was the McCoury record of Flatt and Scruggs. And I had never heard of bluegrass before, and I was hooked at first listen. So I started trying to find some local bluegrass in Los Angeles, and it's not exactly the hotbed of bluegrass music, so it was hard to find. But one day I heard these guys on the radio, and it was that sound, that same sound that I heard on the record. So I went down to where they were playing, and it was Roland and Clarence and Eric and Billy Ray, the Country Boys. And wow, I was just smitten. And I got to meet Roland then, and I said, where do you guys play? And he said, we don't have any regular gig, but we practice every night at our house. So if you want to come over and listen, you're welcome. I was over there every night. Pretty soon, Roland said, you know what? We need a dobro player. So why don't you find a dobro and learn how to play it and join the group? I said, really? Great. What's a dobro? Well, I found out what it was, and thanks to the grace of God and Josh Graves Records, I was able to put it together and join the group, and the rest is history. Here we are, 60 years later. Roland.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's all very true, and the only thing I want to say is thank you very much.
Amen. All right.
I was about 19 years old, playing a pretty mean banjo by then, and I get a phone call, and the little group that we hadn't gone anywhere yet. We used to get together with Clarence and Roland and the Country Boys and swap licks and just play bluegrass. And one day I got a telephone call that says, hey, you want to come play the bass for us? What's play bass? You know, I'm playing the banjo. And anyhow, they explained real quick, we can't hire a bass player and teach them bluegrass. You know you can sing, you hear the parts, you know what you need to do. We can teach you how to play bass in 5 minutes. Well, it took maybe 5 weeks. And the hardest part was being able to move in and out to the microphone between Clarence and Roland when they'd open up. And I know I had to do it the other day, and I can't even lift it anymore. But back then, I was young and foolish, and we just jumped in there. Had I thought at that age that there would be an IBMA, because we're playing to crowds that had never heard of bluegrass most of the time. And now look at this. And what an honor to be inducted into the Bluegrass Hall of Fame.
Please welcome Kentucky Colonels members Roger Bush, Leroy Mack with Patrick Sauber, Jeremy Stevens, and two-time Bluegrass Music Hall of Fame inductee Roland White.
All right, thank you. I'm going to do a song here that Leroy wrote along with Josh Graves, one called If You're Ever Gonna Love Me.
If you're ever gonna love me, well, I wanna know it. There's just one way that you can show it. If you don't start treating me better, you see, I'm gonna do away with me. I'm gonna go down where the water is deeper. I'm taking no chance, and now you see, if you don't start treating me a little bit better, I'm gonna do away you don't start treating better, you see, I'm gonna do away with me.
Oh, won't you tell me how you feel about it? You're running me crazy, can't you see? If you don't start treating me a little bit better, I'm gonna do away with me.
If you ever gonna love me, well, I wanna know it. There's just one way that you can't show it. If you don't start treating me better, you see, I'm gonna do away with me. Yeah, I'm gonna do away with me.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with more from the 30th Annual IBMA Awards Show with performances by Balsam Range with the North Carolina State Symphony Orchestra, Rhonda, Vincent and the Rage, the Sam Bush Band, and more from the Duke Energy Center for the Performing Arts in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Hi, everyone. This is Ray from NPR's Car Talk, welcoming you to the annual IBMA Music Awards Show, proudly sponsored by the Boston Bluegrass Union, producer of the Joe Val Bluegrass Festival, and more. Find out more about the BBU at bbu.org. Now relax and enjoy the show.
World of Bluegrass is brought to you by Chiesi, celebrating more than 80 years of bringing innovative products to the global healthcare marketplace. Family and community are at the center of everything we do. Chiesi, people and ideas for innovation in healthcare.
Please welcome back to the IBMA Awards stage here in Raleigh, North Carolina, your host, Jim Lauderdale.
Are you having fun yet? All right. Well, folks, I didn't have the good fortune to be at the very first IBMA Awards show in 1990, but I was so honored to share the stage with Dr. Ralph Stanley in 1998. Now, the Stanley brothers set the standard for bluegrass brother harmonies, and wouldn't you know, bluegrass brothers like Jim and Jesse and the Osborne brothers took that standard and they ran with it, bringing in new sounds and taking it out to new audiences. Well, here's a couple of brothers I've always enjoyed who are doing the same today. Two-time IBMA Entertainers of the Year, the Gibson brothers.
Folks, I got to be honest, they asked us to come out here and make a joke about a brand new Drummer of the Year award, but we're not going to do that. Let me just say, on behalf of my brother and myself, that we're honored to be here.
We love our Bluegrass family, and we're proud to be with you all tonight to present the next two awards.
The acts nominated for Instrumental Group of the Year are the Earls of Leicester,
Michael Cleveland and Flamekeeper.
Ricky Skaggs and Kentucky Thunder,
Sam Bush Band.
and the Traveling McCourys.
And the award goes to... Hurry up.
I'm trying. Michael Cleveland and Flamekeeper.
is. Found it. Thank you all so much. I cannot tell you what this means to me. And Tyler, this is Tyler Griffith here. And we have, and the rest of the guys are at home. I knew y'all should have been here. But I want to say I'm so proud of this band, and all the guys really they love to play. They love to play traditional bluegrass, and that's all we've ever wanted to do is just play good music and you know just and have fun. And a few of them, even Josh, our guitar player, and Nathan, our mandolin player, we even grew up together, and I had no idea we would ever be in a band playing out on the road. And that's a long way. We've been all over the place. It started out in Henryville, Indiana. And so it's, but I want to acknowledge and say that I'm so proud of each of the guys. And so Josh Richards, Nathan Livers, Josiah Schroed, Tyler Griffith over here, and our sound man, Elliot Beckley. Again, we need to thank Jim Rowe, Rowe Entertainment, Kimberly Williams, East Public Relations, Compass Records, our record label, Chris Alderman of Deluge. And I need to thank my family and especially my dad, just for all that he does behind the scenes for the band, and we could not do it without him, for sure. And I also want to thank my girlfriend, Katie. I wish she could be here, but this is for you. Thank you all so much, and this is really an honor. I can't tell you how much we appreciate it.
The nominees for Female Vocalist of the Year are
There's a young man that I know
Brooke Auldridge.
whose age is 21. The first strange town
Dale Ann Bradley.
ever in, but then he was hanging man.
Sarah Hall.
Molly Tuttle.
And Rhonda Vincent.
Please let me go on with you.
And the Female Vocalist of the Year is
Brooke Auldridge.
This really means so much to me. I don't take it for granted one bit. I can remember as a kid just thinking about what I would be when I grew up, and this is what it was. And to see that come into reality is just, it's so surreal every moment. And I just have to thank my husband, Darren Auldridge, because I wouldn't be doing this without him, and he's amazing in his own right. So proud to get to travel up and down the road with him and bless in every sense. Our amazing band, who I love to pieces and can't say enough about because they make us sound good every time we stand up on the stage. And of course, our manager, Brian Smith, with Leadership Artists, Rhonda Records, and just the good Lord above for giving me this gift and talent. My mom and dad, it's pretty cool to get to see them smile and see me, I guess, in this light, because they encouraged and supported me throughout my childhood. I had so many amazing people doing that when I was a kid, and I'll be forever grateful for that. So thank you guys so much for this. Thank you for all who voted, and thank you to IBMA. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Each year, this show takes time to remember those members of our community who have passed away in the preceding year. This time, we want to take special note of the passing of 2 members of the Bluegrass Music Hall of Fame.
In 2014, the original Seldom Seen were inducted into the Hall of Fame, and among its members was guitarist and lead singer John Starling, whose smooth, intimate vocal style perfectly contrasted with that of the group's powerful tenor, John Duffy.
Old train, I can hear your whistle blow, and I won't be jumping on again. Old train, I've been everywhere you go, and I know what lies beyond each bend. Old train, each time you pass, you're older than the last, and it seems I'm too old for running. I hear your rusty wheels grate against the rails, they cry with every mile. I think I'll stay a while.
This year, we also lost Mac Wiseman, a true pioneer of our music, who was inducted into the Hall in 1993. A guitarist and singer who performed with Bill Monroe, Flatt & Scruggs before starting his own rich career, Mac was truly an inspiration to all.
Well, I wonder how the old folks are at home. Wonder if they'll miss me while I roam. Wonder if they pray for the boy who went away and left his dear old parents all alone. You could hear the cattle lowing in the lane, see the field of bluegrass where I'd roam. You could almost hear them cry as they kissed their boy goodbye. Well, I wonder how the old folks are at home.
Let's take a moment to remember other members of the bluegrass community who have left us this past year.
In Memoriam 2018 through 2019, Gerald Anderson, Jeff Austin, Ronnie Barnes, Jerome Jerry Barney, Carol Bass, Margaret Maggie Bilby, Tom Bixby, Mike Blackburn, Sid Bolden, Robert Hale Campbell, Doug Campbell, Keith Case, Roy Linwood Clark, Larry Carter, Beth Colvin, Bob Cornett, Ray Crisp, Roy Crockett, Larry Glenn Davis, Ray Deaton, Edward Ed Easter, John Eberly, Geraldine Foran, Clyde Ray Franklin Jr., Mark Jada, Andy Gessling, Bobby Goodman, John Goodson, Billy Joe Bill Grant, Paul Gray Sr., Josh Haddix, Al Hawks, Barbara Hawks, Walter Walt Hawkins, Hoyt Herbert, William N. Bill Hicks, Jack Hoffer, Kenny Hudson, Glenn Huffer, Caroline Mother Judge Isaacson, Neil Banjo Man James, Mike Jenkins, Walter Dennis Jones, Dennis Richard Rick Johnson, H. Frank Joyner, Danny Julian, Lee Kaufman, Charles Richard Laird, Marvine Loving, Michael John Daniel Lindsay, Hans-Jorg Malinek, Roy Martin, Johnny McDonald, Timothy Michael Mills, David Montague, Monty Monteith, Charlie Moore, Harry Moore, Bill Moran, Leroy Muma, Dave Norman, Hagar Nelson, Jimmy O'Brien, Hizashi Ozaki, Alan Perdue, Ross Wilson Pomerank, Warren Purdy, Troy Lean Renfro Prophet, Simon Rick, Les Sears, Sanger Whitey Schaefer, Eileen Carson Schatz, Al Schusterman, John Starling, Guy Stevenson, Fairleigh Sparks, Bertie Walters Sullivan, Luke Thompson, Preston Thompson, David Danson Dave Birch, William Bill James Wagner, Lawrence Waltman, Billy Wheeler, Malcolm B. Mac Wiseman, Guy Lewis Vern Young. Rest in peace.
Thank you, Alan Bobby, for that beautiful tribute. Well, we sure have had a lot of great music tonight, but y'all are hungry for more, aren't you? I've been known to play the banjo with this next fella every now and again. He's a 4-time Mandolin Player of the Year, and this year he's received 4 nominations, including Entertainer of the Year. Please make welcome the Sam Bush Band.
And the truth, not knowing who's in charge of either one. Visions of tomorrow always well within my view, begging me to chase the setting sun. Take hold of the wheel and turn it for yourself. Live like you ain't ever gonna lose. Choose to be the one who ever's kindness sold the world. Don't be somebody else's fool. You gotta play by your own rules. In a cold, cold storm, when the road is calling you, can't even see the darkness for the rain. Steady is the path that'll lead you safely through. Don't hurry, cause you'll get there just the same. Take a hold of the wheel and turn it for yourself. Live like you ain't ever gonna lose. Choose to be the one who ever's kindness over well. Don't be somebody else's fool. You've gotta play by your own rules. Be a shining light, be a helping hand, be a giving heart, be a patient man. Take a hold of the wheel and turn it for yourself. Live like you ain't ever gonna lose. Choose to be the one if there is kindness of the world. Don't be somebody else's fool. You gotta play by your own rules.
Please welcome to the IBMA Awards Show stage the Executive Director of the Bluegrass Music Hall of Fame and Museum, which just opened a brand new state-of-the-art facility in Owensboro, Kentucky, Chris Joslin.
Thank you, Ned. You know, last October we opened the new Bluegrass Music Hall of Fame and Museum in Owensboro, Kentucky by inducting 6 new members into the IBMA Bluegrass Hall of Fame, and many in this room were there that night. And we've packed a lot into the first year. Check out this video.
I think Owensboro, to some folks, is a little bit of undiscovered land. But I think when people do learn about Owensboro and what there is here to offer, especially from a cultural tourism standpoint, I think the word authenticity comes to mind. When you think about bluegrass, these are some things that are really baked into our culture. And I feel like this is a time where we're just really living that out really well.
It was a long time coming. And a long time as far as Owensboro and bluegrass music deserves an Americana music tribute like this, and a place to show off our history, our roots, and all the great things that Kentucky Owensboro bluegrass music contributed to the world.
Bluegrass music deserves this. The greats of bluegrass, I can look on the wall and see their photos, and for me, you know, it just harkens back to a wonderful time as I was growing up and loving their music, and I still love the masters of bluegrass music.
What we wanted to do is create an experience that is unique. It's already unique in the fact that this is the only cultural center dedicated solely to bluegrass music. This is our opportunity to make this a very unique attraction. We have twice the exhibit space. We had the luxury of telling the story in kind of unique, compelling ways and updating how we tell that story. But then one of the things that I think is really a big change from our former location is that the building is designed so that folks can experience the music behind the exhibits. Live bluegrass music, I think, really energizes everything that we do.
To see how far we are today compared to what it was 30 plus years ago, because we had no home, we had no representation at all, and it's just by the good fortunes of the Almighty that we all this came about the same time. The city of Owensboro, from the get-go, have been the strongest ally for our music that we've ever had. You know, they are truly genuine in their outpouring of affection for the music and the artist.
Internationally, bluegrass is such a huge draw. With the Bluegrass Museum, Owensboro can truly be an international mecca and a major attraction for international visitors because they are very in tune with bluegrass. Bluegrass is something they grew up with, something that is true Americana, and they want to experience it.
This is the only Bluegrass Music Hall of Fame and Museum. It's here in Owensboro. I mean, we are to this genre what the Country Music Hall of Fame is to country music in Nashville.
Congratulations, Owensboro. You've done a wonderful job, and you've given bluegrass music a home for a museum. Well deserved. Thank you.
Something we can all be proud of and something that represents our music well. A place where both artists and fans can engage and feel connected to this great community of bluegrass music. If you've not visited the Bluegrass Music Hall of Fame and Museum yet, I want to invite you personally to join us on November 17th for a historic PBS production called Masters of Bluegrass, hosted by Del McCoury, Rhonda, Vincent, and featuring folks like Molly Tuttle and Sam Bush, Jerry Douglas, Sierra Hull, award winner Billy Strings, Allison Brown, Missy Raines, Michael Cleveland, Becky Buller, and more. Now, this PBS special will be distributed across the nation beginning in March of next year. It's an incredible showcase for our music, for the artists, and for the work of the Bluegrass Music Hall of Fame and Museum. More information about this event will be available soon, as well as ticketing at bluegrasshall.org. I just want to say right now that we appreciate the close working relationship we enjoy with the IBMA, and it's an absolute pleasure to exhibit the IBMA Bluegrass Hall of Fame in Owensboro, Kentucky. Because as Sam Bush said in the video, bluegrass deserves this. I think bluegrass music deserves a world-class cultural center dedicated to preserving and showcasing everything that's great about bluegrass music. Thank you so much, and please come see us in Owensboro.
Now please make welcome to the stage 13-time IBMA Award winner, 7-time Grammy Award nominee, and 2018 Best Bluegrass Album Grammy winner, Rhonda, Vincent, and the Rage.
What's left to prove? So please, 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 oh please, let me grow old with you. We've been living in sorrow, up, down, and all around. We buried our feelings a little too deep in the ground. Stood dazed in the doorway, the king and queen of town. We've been flipped like a coin, both of us laughing face down. So please, please, let me grow old with you. After everything we've been through, what's left to prove? So please, 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 oh please, let me grow old with you. But tied to the same track, the two of us look back at our cabin trains ahead. How many more times can we lay on the line, watching our love what's left to prove. So please, 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 oh please, let me grow old with you. Oh please, let me grow old with you.
This is the 30th annual IBMA Awards Show, live from Raleigh, North Carolina. Stay tuned, the biggest honors of the night are yet to come, with performances by Molly Tuttle, Balsam Range, and our grand finale. We'll be right back.
You see by my banjo that I have a deering. I see by your eyes that you wish you had a deering too. We both see that we both like this deering banjo. If you call this number, you can have a deering.
Hi, Allison Brown here. That was my friend John Hartford. And while he's gone, his voice lives on in the new low banjo I helped create with Deering. We call it the Julia Bell, named and designed after the riverboat he learned to pilot. It's tuned low to open D or E for sonic warmth and versatility in a band or studio. The Julia Bell Low Banjo. It's the other banjo every banjo player needs, and a fitting 21st century tribute to the classic John Hartford sound. You're gonna wish you had this Deering too.
For more information and a free catalog, visit deeringbanjos.com.
We're back live from the Duke Energy Center for the Performing Arts in Raleigh, North Carolina. Now please welcome our presenters for this evening's final Hall of Fame induction, Rob Ickes and Jerry Douglas.
Hello, everybody. How are you all doing? No one ever deserved this honor more than Sir Mike Auldridge. Perfect hair, creased jeans, the only man who could take out the power from an entire hotel floor with his iron and hairdryer. John Duffy preferred to call him Larry the Legend, bowing to Mike's status as the musician's musician. And here's a reason why. Yeah, that's what all dobro players were really thinking. I met Mike Auldridge in 1971, 2 years before Bill Emerson and Doyle Lawson hired me as a 15-year-old kid to play in the Country Gentlemen. I was camping at Berryville Bluegrass Festival with my family a long time ago. You all are showing your age. And somebody told him about a kid in the campground, and he came over to my parents' camper and totally freaked me out. And after a couple of years on the circuit, when we were sort of running back and forth, almost every weekend, people started pitting us against each other in some kind of fantasy feud, as if we were a couple of banjo players vying for the pinnacle of Mount Me. But for giggles, he would sometimes look at me and give me this glare that he reserved for somebody who was really making him angry. His wife, Elise, who's not here tonight and wish she was, told me once that he didn't approve of my wearing short sleeves when I performed, as he saw this as unprofessional garb. Maybe he was right. He's still in my phone contacts page. He's still in there. I find myself all the time wanting to call him up and tell him about something that's happened, something that's great. I call Mike, tell Mike, but I can't call him. But there are other ways that I can talk to him. Get the guitar, sit down, talk to Mike. He was the only dobro player that I looked to for inspiration after Josh Graves, who certainly wrote book 1 of dobro, and Mike wrote book 2. The emotion and power they both played with is an endless well of inspiration. Josh leaned on power in the blues to keep pace with Earl Scruggs' relentless banjo, but Mike was in a different world that breathed beauty in every note that he played. He moved his right hand just a little bit toward the neck, and he found the sweet spot in that dobro that still maintaining all the strength when he needed it, but he used the whole guitar. Remember, this was a time when there were only a handful of us dobros out there who could really pull music out of a hubcap guitar, and dobro guitar in the right hands was being recognized as an important addition to bluegrass music, finally, which prompted Mr. Bill Monroe to utter, "I wouldn't have one in my band." I saw that on a t-shirt once. Wish I had the t-shirt. But my relationship with Mike was always one of mutual admiration, and even though I showed up at a time to push him when he was just settling into the driver's seat of dobro world, I'll always revere him, and not only as a mentor, but the dearest of friends. There's one reason, and the reason we're all here right now, not just dobro players, but he blew the doors wide open for the rest of us, all of us, to experiment with open ears and to take our instruments to places that they could never go before. He'll be remembered for handing over those keys to all of us, not just dobro players, to escape being pigeonholed by musical genres, but to confidently walk right into those other rooms and express ourselves as if they had always been our homes. My congratulations to Elise, Laura, and Michelle. Thank you for sharing Mike with us. And now would you welcome my good friend, Mr. Rob Ikes.
I'm so thrilled that Mike Auldridge is being inducted into the Bluegrass Hall of Fame tonight. When I first moved to Nashville, a lot of people asked me how a kid from California got into bluegrass, and I would always say it was because of Mike Auldridge. Mike was the person who set me on the path of music when I was just 13 years old. I still remember very clearly the first time I heard him play. My family was returning home from my first bluegrass festival, and my brother put a tape in the car stereo. It was Mike's first solo album, so aptly titled Dobro, and I couldn't believe the incredible sound I was hearing. I started playing the dobro as soon as we got home, and I've been playing ever since. It was definitely a lightning bolt kind of experience. Since then, I've talked to so many people who have had a similar life-changing experience with Mike's music. While Mike excelled at many stringed instruments and was one of the best harmony singers on the planet, the dobro is where he made his deepest mark. It would take a long time to list everything that Mike brought to the dobro, but I'll try and narrow it down to just a few things. As most of you know, the dobro is played with a metal bar, which is placed on metal strings, and the guitar itself has a metal resonator inside of it. All that metal on metal can create a lot of unwanted noise. Somehow Mike figured out how to get rid of the noise and leave only the music. He brought an elegance, beauty, and tone to the instrument that did not exist previously. When you play music professionally, there's a part of the process where music is like an infinite puzzle that you return to every day and try to fill in a few more pieces. Mike Auldridge filled in a lot of the puzzle pieces for us dobro players. But in addition to the beautiful tone and many new techniques he brought to the dobro, Mike brought a great and far-reaching artistic vision to the instrument. Where most people saw the instrument as limited and simplistic, he saw a world of possibility, complexity, and beauty. And he spent his whole life searching out those beautiful possibilities day after day. In doing so, he greatly expanded the dobro's range and potential. And not just what was possible on the dobro, but what was possible in bluegrass and acoustic music in general. With Mike's work on his solo albums and with the Seldom Seen and other groups, you start to see some of the first real skillful blending of bluegrass with other genres. And I know that Mike's work had a big influence on other trailblazers in our music, people like Tony Rice, David Grisman, and Ricky Skaggs, to name just a few. I'd also like to mention Mike's incredible playing behind a vocalist. Mike once told me that when he started making records, it was important to him that the dobro fills be heard. Before Mike started recording, the dobro was often heard clearly on solos, but a lot of the subtleties behind the vocalist were lost in the mix. Maybe because he was a great singer himself, Mike knew that there was a beautiful conversation that could take place between a dobro and a vocalist. He took that conversation to heights never before imagined. Maybe that's why so many great singers wanted him to grace their recordings. Singers such as Dolly Parton, Patti Loveless, Tony Rice, Emmylou Harris, Vince Gill, Linda Ronstadt, and so many others. I am very grateful that Mike sent me a musical message all the way to California when I was just 13. And that message changed my life. And I know that Mike sent many of you all a similar message through his music. So thank you, Mike Auldridge, and congratulations to Mike's family tonight. Thank you. Thank you. And here to accept the award is Paul Beard.
Mike was a dear friend. It's an honor to accept this award on Mike's behalf tonight. I wish he were here himself, but I know his spirit and influence live on. Mike grew up around a lot of different styles of music, but it was bluegrass that captivated him at a very early age and held his devotion for the rest of his life. I, however, was raised in a non-musical home. I was just finishing up high school and I had my entire career planned. I was going to be an engineer and work on airplanes. But after hearing The Seldom Seen for the first time on WAMU, I immediately went out and bought their album. And I read about the dobro wizard, Mike Auldridge. Mike's playing literally changed the course of my life. Basically, he ruined my career plan. There's no way of knowing what Mike would have said if he were here tonight, but there are a few people that I know he would want to thank. First of all, his wife Elise and two daughters, Laura and Michelle, for their love and unwavering support. Mike's uncle, Ellsworth Cousins, who introduced him to dobro, Buck Graves, who was Mike's musical hero and mentor. Elise will tell you that he actually left directly from their honeymoon to hear Uncle Josh play. Man, I would have loved to have heard that conversation. Wayne Mason, Mike's best friend since childhood, who taught him how to play guitar at age 12. Jim McGuire for his beautiful photographs, and he also convinced Mike to record his first solo album. Can you believe that? Mike needed to be convinced to record a solo album. Bill Emerson for giving Mike his first job, and Jerry and Rob for offering up the Three Bells Project. Mike recorded the final cut of I'm Using My Bible for a Roadmap in his basement just 6 weeks before his passing. He loved making that record. As Mike once said, he was always content to be a sideman, but his legacy and now his induction into the Bluegrass Hall of Fame are proof that he was much more than a sideman. Mike's family reminded me that he worked hard and practiced every single day to perfect that sweet tone that he's known for, and that he was 100% true to himself and true to the music 100% of the time. So on behalf of the Auldridge family, Elise, Laura, Michelle, Brian, Nora, and Josie, thank you to the IBMA for honoring Mike in this very special way. Thank you.
Now please welcome Rob Ikes, Jerry Douglas, along with Phil Ledbetter, Justin Moses, Sean Camp, Sierra Hall, and Mark Schatz for this tribute to the one and only Mike Auldridge.
Good does it do when you play your songs for her and hear her say, wait a minute, did I hear you say you're going far away again? Trying to change it, I can't take the lonely nights without your love.
To present our next awards, please welcome to the stage Mark Schatz and Nick Garris.
Thank you. It's always good to bring a little dance to the IBMA Awards show, right?
Especially in tribute to a trailblazer, an innovator, a consummate artist, and a bluegrass hero like Eileen Carson Schatz. Yes, our friend, a stalwart, a wife, a mentor, and forever part of our community.
Thank you. If either of us can adequately catch our breaths, we will get right on with presenting our next two awards.
Bluegrass has always been a music for dancing, maybe because the father of bluegrass himself, and this brings me great glee to say, started as a dancer.
It's also always been music for powerful, heartfelt, soul-bearing vocals, especially in that iconic, high, lonesome sound.
The nominees for Male Vocalist of the Year are
down the road, just about
Sean Camp,
I'm standing where you spend your time. I just heard that city of New
Dale
Orleans.
McCoury,
Go run past this old shack of mine. This love's too rough, baby, I've had it.
Russell Moore,
I'm with you and Fort Worth too. My love lies in the cold, cold ground.
my old bandmate, Tim O'Brien,
Just once more, cold, cold ground. Give my weight in gold. I love you.
and Danny Paisley.
I think you love me.
Ha! And the award goes to, this is very exciting, Russell Moore.
You all know Russell, you know he's a very humble guy, and well, first of all, you can thank Josh for Russell not being here because he booked the band in Maryland. Way to go, Josh.
Can't do all things right.
We said, in the event you win, please tell us what to do. And he said, I can't imagine that it will happen, but he sent these words, and so these are from Russell. I'm excited, honored, and deeply humbled by this nomination. This God-given talent has allowed me through music to see and experience things that I only dreamed of as a younger man. With the love and support of my family, friends, fans, IBMA voting members, and all of the Bluegrass community, I can honestly say that I feel truly blessed and can only reflect on a career that has given me so much joy. I will wear the hat proudly and try to make everyone proud of your decision here tonight. On behalf of Russell Moore, thank you all.
My one little short note is that for all of you here that have known Russell for a long time, there is obviously no sweeter voice in bluegrass music than Russell Moore. There's also no sweeter spirit and heart and more loyal guy than Russell Moore. There's so many things about Russell Moore that goes beyond the music that mirrors his voice to his heart, dating back to Blake Johnson and the support of that. And I just want everybody to know that please continually support bluegrass music, support Russell Moore in Third Time Out, support the heart, and support the golden voice, in my opinion, of bluegrass music. Thank you so much tonight.
Folks, we have another award we want to present, but I wanted to take a quick moment, and thank the IBMA community and the Bluegrass community and IBMA Trust Fund, not the Trust Fund, but their fund for helping my wife and I in our very difficult time. A very generous contribution helped me stay at home and care for her, and so thank you all so very, very much. Thank you. And a quick shout out to some of the ladies of Footworks who are here with us tonight. Now, the nominees for 2019 Vocal Group of the Year.
I'm in love with a girl who invented the wheel.
Balsam Range.
My train of thought jumps the track.
Lawson and Quicksilver.
Every time you cross my mind, like it or not, I'm looking back.
This group has another former band member. I'm with her.
I'm here today, and I'll be here tomorrow.
Russell Moore and Third Time Out.
And Sister Sadie.
And the award goes to Sister Sadie.
Oh my God. Well, this is the first award I've ever gotten. And thank y'all. Thanks to everyone that voted for us. Thanks to, thank y'all. I told y'all, stay in the car. And thanks to Pine Castle, Lonnie Lassiter, Ethan Burkhart, and Kyle Watson, all the people at Pine Castle. Thanks to all of our fans and our friends and family. And you know what? I love making music. I've been singing since I was 3 years old on stage. And it's something I've always loved to do, but I love it even better with these gals right here. So, God bless y'all. Thank you so much.
Our next performer is a two-time IBMA Guitar Player of the Year and still in the running for Song of the Year. Please make welcome Molly Tuttle.
light shining from around the bend. Take the journey, no matter where it starts, where it ends. Take the journey, someday you'll make it back home again. You can try to control the weather, but the rain inside you is still gonna fall. Days of drought will nearly starve you. There's no use hiding, gotta face it all. Take a journey, no matter where it starts, where it ends. Take a journey, someday you'll make it back home again. Skies are falling all around you. Who will protect you from your deepest fears? Take the hand of the one beside you. Let the fire guide you till the path is clear. Take a journey, no matter where it starts, where it ends. Take a journey, someday you'll make it back home again. Someday you'll make it back home.
Hi, folks. I'm Sam Bush.
And I'm Alice Gerard.
We're Sam and Alice. Now, this may come as a surprise, but the two of us have often dabbled in songwriting.
Please. Dabbled? You could run circles around me. Ha, ha, ha.
And here you give me a song. You gave me a song. You said my song.
Oh, songs, songs make our music. And in Bluegrass, we're fortunate that the voice of the songwriter is more often than not the voice of the singer. Even when it isn't the voice of a singer, a good song is what Bluegrass is all about.
What?
Don't you think?
I do. A good song with the right singer, that's the secret to music. In our next category, a historic tie has resulted in 7 finalists.
Is this when we remind members of the importance of their votes, you reckon?
I think each of the nominees in this category have probably got the word out about that already.
Yeah,
so.
I'm sure they do. Congratulations to all 7 of the amazing tracks in this exemplary field for Song of the Year. The nominees are...
Dance, Dance, Dance. Artist Appalachian Roadshow. Writers Brenda Cooper, Joseph Cooper, Steve Miller. Producers Barry Abernathy, Daryl Webb, Ben Isaacs. Executive producer Dottie Leonard Miller. Label Billy Blue Records. The Girl Who Invented the Wheel. Artist Balsam Range. Writers Adam Wright, Shannon Wright. Producer Balsam Range. Executive producer Mickey Gamble. Label Mountain Home Music Company. The Guitar Song. Artist Joe Mullins and the Radio Ramblers with Del McCoury. Writers Bill Anderson, Jamie Johnson, Vicki McGehee. Producer Joe Mullins. Associate producer Jerry Sally. Label Billy Blue Records. The Light in Carter Stanley's Eyes. Artist Peter Rowan. Writer Peter Rowan. Producer Peter Rowan. Associate producer Tim O'Brien. Label Rebel Records. Next Train South, artists the Poe Ramblin' Boys, writer Mac Patterson. Producers the Poe Ramblin' Boys, Dave Maggard, Ken Irwin. Label Rounder Records. Take the Journey, artist Molly Tuttle. Writers Molly Tuttle, Sarah Siskind. Producer Ryan Hewitt, label Compass Records. Thunder Dan, artist Sideline. Writer Josh Manning. Producer Tim Surratt, label Mountain Home Music Company.
And the award goes to Thunder Dan.
It's probably best we don't meet. I'm just kidding, I know him. Sideline asked myself and Ty Gilpin, they're working somewhere, and to thank Josh Manning, the writer of this song, and all the folks at Mountain Home, the radio DJs for playing the song, their fans for the great support, and their families for their love and support, and God for the gift of being able to play. We'll pass this along. Thank y'all so much.
When you have a collection of songs, you have a
playlist.
No.
What?
Album.
All right. Okay, that's why we're here.
That's right, the album. And the nominees for Album of the Year are...
And that night I dream about it.
City on a Hill, artist Mile 12, producer Brian Sutton, label Dolores the Taurus Records.
That old train.
Del McCoury still sings bluegrass, artist Del McCoury Band, producers Del and Ronnie McCoury, label McCoury Music. For the Record, artist Joe Mullins and the Radio Ramblers, producer Joe Mullins, associate producer Jerry Sally, label Billy Blue Records. I Hear Bluegrass Calling Me, artist Carolina Blue, producers Bobby Powell, Tim and Lakin Jones. Executive producers Lonnie Lassiter and Ethan Burkhart, label Pine Castle Records.
So I washed my
Sister Sadie 2, artist Sister Sadie, producer Sister Sadie, label Pine Castle Records.
And the 2019 Album of the Year is... Del McCoury still sings Bluegrass.
Hey, come up here, boys. Where are these boys at? Well, they're not boys anymore. I guess they're men. But let's see now. Should we wait till they all get here? Yeah, they're all here. Yeah. Well, you know what? I really appreciate this. You know, when I did that record, Ronnie said, "Dad, we're going to call it Del Still Sings Bluegrass," and I said, "I don't know about that. You know? I didn't much like that, but you know, they won out. I guess they both wanted it that way." But you know what? Now, I won the album. What is this I won?
Album?
Album, okay. I'll tell you the truth, I was back here talking and I didn't know what nobody was saying. But I'll tell you what. But these guys now, see, I won the album. Now, these guys, they won the Grammy this year. Now, I tell you what, I got to get this one myself, okay? Come up here, guys, and talk a little bit. I've talked out tonight.
No, the only reason I had any thought of this is because my father recorded his first record 50 years ago. And his incredible singing and guitar playing astonishes us every night, and I'm his son.
And I just thought of something, too, that first record that I did back in 1967, it was released in 68, and Bill Emerson played banjo on that. He sure did. And he helped me with the singing, you know. He and Wayne Yates and Dewey Renfro played bass, and a boy named Tommy Neal played some bass on that. And Billy Baker, that's right, played the fiddle. He was my partner then. Boys, you want to say anything?
Well, Dad, you did it again. You picked the songs, you produced the record, you arranged the record, you wrote songs on the record, and that ain't bad for a man that's as young as you. But thank you all for voting for it.
Well, you know, there's one more member that's not here, and he feels bad. He played with us tonight on stage there, but he don't feel good. He's got one of those big migraines, you know, and his name's Alan Bartram. And this is Jason Carter right here. Yeah. Well, now, I've took up enough time, and I just want to thank all you folks for supporting this every year, you know, and supporting bluegrass music, best music in the world. I'll tell you it is. I got hooked when I was about 11. I'm still hooked. Well, let's see. What's next here? I don't know. Am I supposed to introduce somebody? Oh, I'm done, he said.
This is the 30th Annual IBMA Awards Show, live from Raleigh, North Carolina, and the Duke Energy Center for Performing Arts. We'll be right back with more music and tonight's most anticipated award, Entertainer of the Year.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24,
and 25. That's 18 years of making bluegrass records.
Bobby, it's 25 years. Compass has been making records for 25 years.
Ah, you kids.
Good luck to all the Compass Records nominees this year.
Hello, this is Tony Trischka, and you've been listening to my signature model, Golden Clipper Banjo. I love the way it sounds, looks, and feels, and I want to thank the Deering folks for putting it together for me, and have a great time at the IBMA.
For more information and a free catalog, visit deeringbanjos.com.
Please welcome to the IBMA Awards stage, reigning Entertainers of the Year and 5-time nominees tonight, North Carolina's own Balsam Range with the North Carolina State Symphony Orchestra.
One, two, three, go.
If I needed someone to love, you're the one that I
sounded great, didn't it?
Sure did, Uncle Dell.
I'm
Sure
telling
did.
you.
Hey, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
You and my cousins, I'm very proud of.
Yes, yeah, the other cousins, yeah, they love you. They really do. They just didn't know you were their cousin. Till tonight, you know.
Better late than never.
Right. Well, you know, better get serious here, anyway. Folks, you've made it to the final award of the night. It's time to present the honor of 2019 Entertainer of the Year, Jim.
Folks, please welcome two musicians and artists intimately familiar with the IBMA Award Show stage, Dan Tominski and Sierra Hall.
Oh, man. 30 years of IBMA awards and 30 years of amazing entertainers.
And I remember each one of those years with such fondness, Dan.
I don't remember what I had for breakfast this morning. When Bill Monroe formed his Bluegrass Boys, it's true that he was hyper-focused on the music, on the never-before-heard, now iconic sound he envisioned.
But along with that sound, the performance was of equal importance. Bluegrass has always been about entertaining, not just about playing music, but putting on a show.
So for 30 years, we, the members of the International Bluegrass Music Association, have come together to honor not simply the best band, the best artist or group, or musician of the year, but the best entertainers.
And the nominees for Entertainer of the Year are...
I'm in love with a girl.
Balsam Range.
The Dale McCoury Band!
The Earls of Leicester.
Joe Mullins and the Radio Ramblers.
And the Sam Bush Band.
And the 2019 Entertainer of the Year is...
Oh, you've got it. I'm excited. I'm excited. Hall and Tominski! Oh my God, I can't believe it's... We're just kidding.
Joe Mullins and the Radio
Here's some heartaches, and I've made them shed some tears. And the last one that helped me just couldn't wait to sell me. And for $20 left me hanging here. But I dream about the spotlight and the roaring of the people. And I wonder if I'm ever gonna hear them sing along. I'm just a
Well, I don't know how in the world this happened. Get up here. Get up here. I want every one of you guys right here. I've told them for years that one old boy with a few corny jokes and a banjo in tune sometimes can't do this by himself. And it's a team effort every time we leave the house and every time we climb on the stage. And wow, I wouldn't have believed this. And I've been thinking about this, man. Music's not a contest. It's music. It's a combination of art and entertainment. I don't know how in the world you out-entertain Sam Bush or out-sing Dale McCoury. And I thought of this, guys. I believe you all might agree with me because, man, we have been busy this year. We have worked more than the rest of them because we're really cheap. But not anymore, Jack. Our family has sacrificed more than we do. And all the other nominees and everybody's been on the stage. You're on the road more than you're home. And I certainly thank my wife, Tammy, and I know these guys all
have had the encouragement and the support of wives and kids and all of our family. We're very grateful. It's been a blessed first year with Billy Blue Records. We're so thankful for Jerry, Sally, and the team. They've really given us a wonderful opportunity. I could talk for an hour and a half, but it's been a long night. Anybody else want to say anything, please? The good Lord's has blessed us. We've traveled thousands of miles just like everybody else, and we will do our best to entertain with class and represent those that have gone before us as long as you'll give us the opportunity. We thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Joe and everybody. Yeah.
Well, Jim, what a night we have had, huh?
Yes.
Congratulations to all the winners.
Yeah. Well, Dale, you know, they wanted us to come out here and make a joke about a brand new Flute Player of the Year award, and I said, no, I'm not going to do it.
Jim, I just wanted to tell you before all this wraps up, I'm awful proud of you.
Well, Uncle Dell, you know, I'm awfully proud of you and the boys and the band too. And if you ever need any more family harmonies, you know where to find old Jim.
I do. I've got your number.
Well, thanks. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us for this, the 30th annual IBMA Award Show. Without the fans and voting members of the IBMA, it would be a pretty bleak 30 years ahead.
Thanks to the IBMA board, staff, and committees, to our announcer for the evening, Nedler Brecky, yes, right there he is. Take a bow, Ned. There he is. And to the producers and the incredible team here at the Duke Energy Center for Performing Arts, and to the great city of Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah. And now to bring 30 years of bluegrass home, please give it up for Alan Bartram, Hunter Berry, Jason Carter, Jerry Douglas, Sierra Hull, Dan Tominski, Molly Tuttle, and Scott Vestal, with our dancers Christine Galante, Nick Garris, and Mark Schatz, and you.
And you.
And you.
And you too.
heads, fare thee well. Hail my whole true lover, I never expect to see you again. Before I'm bound to ride that northern railroad, perhaps I'll die high upon this train. Perhaps he'll die upon this train. And you can bury me in some deep valley for many years where I may lay. Then you may learn to love another while I am sleeping in my grave. While he is sleeping in his grave. Well, maybe your friends think I'm just a stranger. My
From Raleigh, North Carolina, this has been the 30th Annual IBMA Awards Show. Tonight's show was produced by Claire Armbruster and Mary Burdett. Hosted by Del McCoury and Jim Lauderdale. Director, Stephen Rufo. Writers were John Weisberger and Justin Hiltner. The music director was Mark Schatz. Set designed by Roland Valentine and Doc Wilson. Lighting by Jennifer Sherrod. The stage announcer was me, Ned Luberecki. Recorded announcements by Katie Daly. Audio director, Cliff Miller from SE Systems. Video projection and design by Aaron Cruz and Atlas Production Group. Venue liaison, Paul Marslin. The house sound by Buck Parker and Hal Harrison. Broadcast recording by Michael Davis, Digital Audio Post. Recorded sound production by Sam Elia. Award show live streaming by Radio Bristol, Chris Trulson and Josh Littleton. Teleprompter operator, Jill Crabtree. Ticketing by Casey Campbell.